good. We are unstable. Wonderful. Is it the wind? Or is our internet just being weird? Hard to say. Hard to say. Alright. I know we're going early today, but doggo woke my ass up way too early, and then I couldn't get back to sleep. Like, we've actually gotten the Christmas tree taken down. I still, we may have lost our window of not rain to get it in the shed. Today, at least. But at least it's down. Vacuumed the room it was in. Got dinner started. We've gotten some things done here. Stream Elements seems to be mad. They're like, what are you doing? You don't go this early. Stream Elements is very, very confused. We'll see if it decides to join us today. Some days it doesn't. Which is hilarious because it's supposed to be in our chat. But it seems like nothing's happier at the moment. We'll see. So we are back working on our flamingos and our flowers. Don't know if we'll actually get it finished today. But we will certainly give it a shot. Sorry about all of the clanging and banging in the background. We're under a high wind warning. It started out as a wind advisory, and then that's another reason why I got up. The wind was so bad, I was getting kind of freaked out. Because at one point the whole house was shaking, it seemed like, and I was like, what is happening? So I ended up getting up and started trying to get some stuff done. And I was kind of like, well, we do have quite a bit of distance to go on this guy still, so I guess we can go a little bit early. We just might have to step away here and there to deal with the doggos and whatnot. That's all. That's not a huge deal. So we got a couple things taken care of last night that needed doing. Went through some of my clothes and realized I hadn't worn some of them in quite a while. Some of them I was like, oh, I was wondering where that went. And others I was like, oh, yeah, no. And then some pieces, like the elastic bands and the waists, crunched. And I was like, oh, I think you're done. Okay, so we got that. I'm just kind of adding a second pass on this shade. Because it kind of needed a second pass. No reason not to give it one more go. Clean up some of the brush strokes on there. No, it looks like Stream Elements has decided not to join us today. It's kind of hilarious because I am logged in. We actually brought Mongo inside. We had some weights on his feet, on his base, and I saw him tip up in the air during one of the bad wind gusts, and I'm like, oh, that's not good. And I really didn't want him to go crashing into the car windows or our windows on the front of the house, and I was like, yeah, let's go ahead and bring him in. I've never seen him do that before. Mongo was like, fuck this shit. I don't remember what color this was. Oh no. I need to remember what color this was. Oh, maybe it was rose red. Or something like that. It's not really red at all. It's more of like a fuchsia or magenta. My goodness. Like, we have one of those weird, like, plastic slat windows in our kitchen. And we ended up putting a piece of paper over it to try to keep the flying critters out, like the bees and the wasps and stuff over the summer, and the wind is so bad right now. It was actually making the paper bow out off the window, and like the window was breathing, and I'm like, that ain't done that before either. What is happening? At one point it sounded like a tornado coming through. I was like, yeah, there's no way that that was a gust of 50 miles an hour. That had to be more than that. And then a little bit later I saw that they put us from a wind advisory to a wind warning, and I was like, oh, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Especially considering the airport had a gust of like 61 miles an hour. I was like, yeah. We just went to try to secure our trash cans to keep them from blowing away or doing damage. We had all kinds of stuff that was on our porch taken off. What's that noise? Huh?
I knocked something over, it's okay, I'll get you moved in a second.
This gets very dark. With that second layer on there, doesn't it? Wow. That's all sorts of crazy. So I hope you guys are doing alright on this Monday. It's Monday here at least. So there will be traffic noise, there will be wind noise, there will be wind chimes in the background. Metal and bamboo variety. Our house is not soundproof. This is a very old house. Or at least parts of it are. So those noises will filter through. Kind of excited to get the new camera. I'm like nervous about it, and I still think it's too expensive, but I'm kind of excited to get it. making sure that was... Hold on. Just making sure that was dry before I went and put my arm in it. I've been at war with my glasses lately. Sometimes it's just easier to do the things without them on, like the up close things. Hopefully we still get that eye appointment in tomorrow. We will see. It looks like I finally saw a potential snow total for tomorrow of maybe a dusting to an inch if it doesn't change. But then I saw Friday they're calling for more snow. Like, what the fuck is going on? And then on Monday again I see snow in the forecast. I'm like, what the fuck? Let's get this all done with before we have to get on the road. Because some of our travels take us over some pretty high bridges between the mountain range here. Crossed a couple of the ravines. And I'm not real keen on doing that if the road is snowy. Not really. That one section of the interstate scares me. Because you can't really tell how high up you are. Because you can't, like, they've got high barriers, like high concrete barriers on the sides of it, which is good for safety, but you also don't really get a sense of how high you are either. At least in our vehicle, because you can't see the ground. All you know is that you are in the air. And that's kind of scary. Just a little bit. Alright. I think I need a little bit more water on there. To at least get us going. Oh yeah, we'll definitely need to do second coat on this guy. No idea what the fuck that was. That was either a dump truck. No, you know what? That probably was a dump truck. I don't think that was a semi. Kind of sounded like a dump truck chugging towards the stop sign down the street. Shit. Okay, we got a little carried away with that. So the husband's going to turn this into a digital copy of this pattern. When we're all done. And this might become our new offline card. Because it's been a while since we've updated that. Definitely due for an update. He's a pretty harsh critic, and on this one he's like, no, I like it. It's like, that is actually coming out pretty well. Which is big words for him. So providing we don't fuck this up from here on out. Did I get it? There was a piece of fuzz there. I'm not sure if I grabbed it. So, what's everybody up to today? Everybody doing alright? Staying warm, staying cool? You know, Mondays aren't normally the greatest of days, but hopefully it's at least being neutral for you. Sorry, I'm listening to music in my headphones. I don't have any stream safe music at the moment that's good for both YouTube and Twitch, I don't think. Because the stuff I have for YouTube is like YouTube license, and I don't know if I can use it on Twitch. And I'd really rather not fuck around and find out, so you guys put on whatever music you want to listen to in the background. And that way, nobody has to bitch about the music choice. Right? So, viewer's choice on your own system. That works. I used to run Pretzel, but then I got burned by it. And I don't know if I can use Pretzel on YouTube. I haven't done that much research. One of these days I'll get around to looking into that. I was also using the free version of Pretzel, so if I do the paid version, I don't think I have to have the chat. But like the chatbot going for it. Alright, like that came out very deep. Very, very deep. Sorry if the palette is covering a portion of what we've done so far. I don't have my glasses back on, and this one's a little bit far for me to see. I can see the general shape of it. Like, I can see it, but I'm a little iffy on the exact line where the two colors are meeting here. That's a little tough. Making sure I'm right up against the line. Alrighty. Well, we'll see if Kofi Bot decides to join us, or if all of the bots have just decided to fuck off today. I thought Kofi Bot would have joined us by now. But who knows? Man, that wind is just howling at times. It's so weird because the wind is coming like at the straight front of our house, and it doesn't normally. And you can tell where every draft on our front door is, because you can just feel the wind sailing through all the cracks around it. It's like, oof. Oh, there's Kofi Bot. Well, they decided to join us at least. Stream Elements. Kofi Bot's better than you today. Just want you to know that. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Alrighty. Probably gonna have to pull some more of this color out of the tube to finish doing the passes on it, to darken it up here a bit. That's why I was kind of like, uh-oh, I don't know if I remember what color this was. I have a rough idea of what it was. And we'll be able to find it. It's just gonna take a minute. At least it wasn't a mixed color. For anybody new that is popping in, we are using gouache. We're using Arteza gouache from the 60 count set. It was gifted to the stream by Keyvamp of Esper Cat Studios. Come on, Mr. Fuzz, I know you're there. I don't think I grabbed it. No, I didn't. Do I have it now? Yes. Did I get it out of there? Maybe. We may have gotten it. Okay. I'm gonna turn that light back this way. Kind of forgot I had turned it away. Gonna have to figure out lighting placement and whatnot with the new setup. So I'm thinking I'm gonna have to cancel at least one stream while we get all of the new stuff set up. The last stuff that's gonna arrive, of course, is going to be our desks. So those are supposed to arrive either on the 17th or the 18th as of right now. So what's today's date? So I guess that's next week. Because we couldn't find those items shipping through Prime. His was going to ship through, one of the things he looked at was going to ship through Prime, but then he switched it. And I didn't know it, because I was like, so, yeah, if your desk shows up before mine, you're going to have to wait until mine shows up. Because I don't know where you're going to put it. Because we're switching sides of the room again. And I don't think my current desk is going to survive being dragged across the room in its current state. Like, the last straw really was when the drawers collapsed. Now neither one of them are sitting the way they're supposed to. I'm not even sure what's keeping them in the desk. Where did you go?
Oh, I went and made myself a sandwich. Fuck, it's cold.
Oh, do I need to put the space heater on?
I thought it was still on.
I had turned it off for a little.
That might be good. It's almost shivering cold for me in here.
Do you have a shirt on?
Yeah.
Did you check that pot while you were out there?
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to do a second pass on this color. On these other guys. For sure. So because of the gouache, you really can't, the gouache's reactiveness, you really can't seal these. It's kind of like a watercolor situation where you'd have to like get wax and try to buff it, and I would be afraid that even that would reactivate the gouache. I mean, it might not, depending on your gouache. Now, I don't know if the same rings true for the acrylic gouache, but this is not acrylic gouache. Oh, I do have that right on the microphone, don't I? Sorry, guys. Sorry, there's gonna be that whirling noise. Is it real bad in the background?
It's noticeable, but it's not horrifying.
Alright. I don't have anywhere else to put this right now. The new setup, it won't be right next to the microphone, I promise. Well, I'm going to try to make sure it's not. It shouldn't be. I'll have a little bit more room to work with. So I hope everybody's doing alright. I'm just kind of hoping our power doesn't go out, because there are some power outages from the wind being reported. I think it's stopped raining for a moment. I think. I could be wrong about that, but we entered like a dry slot earlier. It was supposed to do this off and on all day. The high wind warning's until 5 p.m. And I was seeing something that we could have a thunderstorm or two maybe mix in later in the afternoon. The wind tried to take my my spinners that I had outside at like 6 o'clock this morning. 6:30. I was like, what the hell was that noise? My husband got up to look and he goes, oh, yeah, that just happened. And Momo was bugging me, or starting to bug me to go pee. So I was like, alright, I'll get up. He managed to get outside and get the spinners before I got Momo. I was just gonna grab everything at once, but Momo might have freaked out at the large thing in my hand. And the wind was already spooking him enough as it was. Oh, did you put more of that stuff on?
Do what?
Your foot?
Oh, not this morning.
Aren't you supposed to?
I think it's supposed to when I go to bed.
Oh, okay.
Good.
I don't know. What's the directions say?
Well, it says when you go to bed, but I think it assumes that you're going to be walking around a lot. Better anyhow.
Is it still real bad?
Not horrifying.
Okay, is it any worse?
No. I would say it's improved some.
He has a split on his heel. This is pass number 1 with this color. So the flower in the dead center there, that's 2 passes with this color. It's the same color. I can find some place to shove this. Alright. So I tried moving that. It might be louder on the back side of it than the front side of it, though. It seems louder to me. Every time you do that, I think the cats are hissing at each other. I was about to yell, knock it the fuck off, till I heard you do it the second time.
Sorry.
Cats have been little bastards lately. Like, all of them have been in a pissy, knocking the shit out of each other kinda attitude. And they were mad when we took the tree down. Cal kept being like, "What are you doing?" And he kept getting under Russell's feet while he was trying to, take the lights off. I think I'm gonna need... I need space. I don't have enough space. Damn you. Knocking everything over. Because of course we are. Oh, maybe it was just straight up rose. Yeah, you know what? Right, that was probably too much now. Okay. Alright. Sorry, just needed to get a little bit more of that. And I probably grabbed too much now, but we'll see, because I did need it to be a little bit thicker. We'll see. Alright. So we've already done the second pass on the flower in the middle and on this one. So we're gonna come back up. And start darkening up these guys up here. And they do dry a little bit darker. When you start thickening them up, and the gouache tends to dry a bit darker anyway. Not tremendously darker, but it is noticeable. All right. It sounds like it's back raining again. Probably gonna have to clear a spot on the palette soon. So we have some more room to work. And that wasn't unexpected. Kind of figured we were gonna have to. Sooner or later here. Now the final pass on the outer green will probably be the last thing I do. It's got its first pass down, but it is gonna need one more. So right now we're just darkening up our rose color here. Now you don't necessarily need to do the second pass if you make your first pass thick enough. I just tend to like to build it up. It works better for me. But I know other people that like to jump out of the gate running with the thicker bit of color. I picked up a little bit of the orange from the middle, yellow from the middle on that one. I was just trying to not make it quite so obvious. Alright. That is darkening up a little bit. I mean, they're not all going to be the same exact darkness. With how I'm doing it. But we can try. Let's certainly give it a good effort. Did we have anything coming today or no?
I can't remember. Hang on. Everything's Wednesday or later.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Your clips should show up by tomorrow by 10.
Okay. I was gonna get them from Dollar Tree, but they were cheaper on Amazon for the amount that I needed. Okay, for the amount that I wanted. Like, I don't necessarily have to have them. I can make do with what I'm doing now, but it's starting to get to me that it's destroying my plastic bags with the clothespins. If I don't hook them just right. And then they keep breaking too, so. Just gonna get the binder clips and be done with it. So that way I'm not constantly replacing clothespins. Oh, great. Now I'll probably have to add a little bit more water to this as we're going. we are using all of it. All right. So it doesn't look like the snow's gonna be in too much of an issue as long as the roads aren't slippery. We should be able to go to my appointment tomorrow. If their forecast is correct. Always a big if. Alright, sorry for the hum or whatever it sounds like. We have the space heater running. I tried to move it away from the microphone. I don't know if it's still loud or if it's worse. Because now the back side's facing it. I don't think I have anything else I can put between them to buffer it. So hopefully it's not too bad. It should just sound like a fan running. It's a little chilly in here. Alright. So we've got one more of these to darken up. And then we have to pick a color for the flowers in the middle. I'm not sure if I'm gonna hit these guys up with some streaks of orange. I might try to. And I think the guys in the middle, I think two of them are going to be purple to kind of go with the two flowers at the top and the bottom. Just to kind of like make a diamond shape of the same color. Or at least that's the idea. Sorry, I was gonna add some more water and I'm like, well, there's still a little bit on here. Oh wow, it is pouring. It's raining on our front porch. Like it's blowing so hard it's coming up under our porch roof. Alright, I'm just trying to get some of our color that I still have sitting here melted down. Alright. So what's everybody up to today? What brings you by? Oh my goodness. Between the rain and the wind, we're gonna be drowned rats here soon. Alrighty. So I'm kind of liking the direction we're going so far. Definitely feeling it. We haven't derailed the train yet, which is a very good thing. Very, very good thing. Because, you know, sometimes that can happen. Now, I didn't pre-plan any of our color choices here, not really. We're just still kind of... FedEx? Why is FedEx in front of the house?
I know my aunt was waiting for at least one thing.
I thought they said she got it.
Uh-huh.
Like, we've got a few deliveries coming. Delivery people are gonna be sick of us pretty soon. Oh yes, definitely pulled way too much of this out. Oh shit. That's alright, we'll use it eventually. It's like a nor'easter out there with rain. And this wind is crazy. We've had severe thunderstorms that weren't this wicked. So what was it?
I don't know. Something from Walmart.
So it was theirs.
Yeah. Yeah.
Alrighty. We're not doing too bad here. And you can kind of get the gouache to bleed out if you've got it watered down enough and you wet your paper first, so you can kind of get it to, like, maybe bleed's not the right word. Is it bloom? Like a watercolor? You can get it to go or it'll just flow into the wet areas if your gouache is watered down enough and if your paper's wet. Now, I just have like a glass cutting board kind of thing that I am using as my base that my paper is taped to. Alright. Get this worked into here. So if I can find the right shade of orange. We'll definitely try to streak that in. Well, that's always fun when your wrist shifts and clicks out of nowhere. Alright, and one more petal on this one. Alrighty. Everybody looks pretty good there. So let's go ahead and rinse our brush. Pretty good here. Okay. Now these are the Arteza detail brushes. They're not bad. They are synthetic. They're soft, but they're not squishy. Like they're not, they still have a little bit of a snap to them. Let's see here. Let's see. Do we know where our oranges might be? Okay, so that's, ooh. Let me set that out. I'm gonna need that. There. Oranges, oranges, oranges. That'll do. There was a pearlescent color. There that, you know what? You're just gonna be in the way. Yeah, as long as you don't fall from there, we're good. Okay. Definitely a pearl color in there I want. So we have bumblebee yellow, we have saffron orange, we have regular orange, we have orange red. Let's see, the bumblebee yellow is like bright yellow in your face. Let's see, what's the saffron look like here? Okay, it's kind of like an Indian yellow. Interesting. Let's see, what does... Alright, so it's kind of like a pumpkin. Okay, so what's orange Mars? No, orange red. Gonna look a little burnt. No, it looks slightly neon actually. It's not, but it looks it. Let's go with saffron. If I can find a place to put it. I tell you what. Let's clean up. What color? Oh, that was the black. Okay. We're probably done with black, so let me get some water on that. Just gotta take a shitty brush. Just kind of mix the water up on that section. Just to kind of reactivate it. Alright, let me grab some tissue. And we'll wipe that up. Make sure we get all of it. So that way it doesn't mess up our color here. Alright. We don't need a whole lot of it. Like a little bit can go a decent ways here. Alright, so just added a couple of drops of water here. Like I said, we don't need it too watery. We do need a little bit of water in there. So it's probably not going to be like terribly visible because it's gonna blend in a bit. But it should be good enough to be a little bit subtle on there. That's not bad. Just to give it a little bit of veining on there. Right, because these don't have to be a specific flower. We can make up flowers. There's nothing wrong with that. just like going in and darkening it up a little bit in some spots. I think I'm liking it a little bit more solid. Yeah, that's not bad. I think I'll leave the ones surrounding it without it. That looks decent. Alright. I think Momo's dreaming. We have a dreamy puppy alert. Dreamy pupper. Alrighty. That filled in there. Yeah. Alright. Probably put like way too many coats on that first one. But that's okay. I was trying to make sure it didn't just completely kind of dissolve into the rose color there, because the rose is quite a bit stronger than this saffron color. There, just a bit. Okay. Move on to the next guy. Okay. Yeah, definitely liking the addition of this color. I wasn't sure if this was really the best choice. I was afraid I was gonna mess it up and hate it. But I think we're doing okay. Hope everyone's having a good day. If you're passing through, welcome. What brings you to my neck of the woods? My little corner. Okay, so I'm gonna let that dry. I'll probably come back and hit that one more time. Probably. We'll see. See how much paint I have left. Pulled out. I mean, I can pull more out, but we'll see. Okay. All right. And let's hit up this one here. Okay, so I'm gonna let that just kind of dry for just a second. So it's kind of, even though it's more of like an Indian yellow, it is giving off kind of orangey vibes. Once it's kind of blending in with the rose color there. Alright. Not too terrible. I still have got to wash this paint towel, I just haven't gotten around to it. Probably the next time we do a load of towels, I'll throw it in. Okay. Now. Let me grab a little bit of water. I might need to pull more of this color out. Maybe. We'll see. So this is that purple color that we were using on the top and bottom flowers. So let's see, where can I put my arm? So I'm gonna come in and hit these guys up. Now, it probably won't be the same exact shade, and that's okay. We can do something with it. Okay. So we kind of have like a diamond shape of purple flowers here. So I did use stencils for the flowers. And there's nothing wrong with that. It was a whole different series of stencils that we used to create this particular pattern. Yes, I am. I'll say, why does it look like I'm dragging a piece of fuzz? Because we were. Obvious answer is because we were. Okay. So that's not so bad. Got the same dark purple color. Going in the background there. Alrighty. So I've got all kinds of yarn I gotta fluff. So I am switching the bags that they are in. And they are going to hold more. Which, you know, kind of works out for me. So then I don't have to worry about running low on a color in theory. There should be enough to finish what I need of that color for any particular project. Alright. So I'm gonna add this in here. Now there's a pale pastel-y purple pearlescent color that I saw in the box that I think I want to use. As an accent here. Oh god, you scared me.
Sorry.
Bless you. Alright, so I still have to figure out a color for our two little branchy things in there. And we need to figure out what color we're gonna do our leaf ring. Okay. Just trying to be a little bit careful here, so don't lose the outline of our flower too much. So I did get a little into that petal with our blue. This isn't a bad color. I think it was lilac. I think. If I'm remembering correctly. So the next question is, do I do these other two flowers in the middle the same purple? Or do I pick a different color? That I just don't know. I was thinking of maybe doing them like a blue shade. Like a darker blue shade. To differentiate it from the background. But I don't know if that's gonna look alright. Then I was like, oh, well, whatever shade I do these guys, I can bring it out to here. Or we could do like a whitish gray. That is also a possibility. Could tone down some white and kind of make them look like some daisies, maybe. And I have like a pearly white that we could slap on there. So we can keep with our little pearlescent accents here. Only because it amuses me. Okay. Alright, so there's that. Now, do I want to go a second coat on there? I almost kind of do. If only to take care of the splotchiness on there. So I hope everybody's doing all right. What is your favorite thing to craft with? Are you a crafter? Are you an artist? What is your happy medium? Do you quilt? Do you crochet? Do you needlepoint, cross stitch, embroider? Are you more of a craft kit kind of person? Like latch hooks and rug tufting and doll making or what have you? Anybody new that may have joined in, we are using Arteza gouache on watercolor paper. Working on filling in a design we put together using one of the channel emote bases and some stencils. And I'm sorry about the hum. We have a space heater running. It's on my desk at the moment. I tried to move it away from the microphone. If it's real obnoxious, let me know and I'll tell the husband to move it temporarily. But that's what the humming engine noise sounds like. It's the space heater. I mean, all things considered, it's not that loud, but it is near the microphone, so I'm not sure how loud it's coming through. Okay. Yeah, I think it definitely needed the second coat on this guy. The backgrounds are getting a second coat too. It's just I wanted to wait to do that until we got the stuff done that was sitting on top of them. So we can use the next background pass to attempt to cover any problems or blend out any problems. Okay. Let's head up the other one now. So far today we've gotten the second coat on our dark pink colored flowers on the border. And on the one in the middle, I didn't, oh. I have to go back and deal with that. I just realized I missed a part of that flower. And we added our orange streaks to those. Excuse me. Thank you. Alright. Getting that filled in there. So we did start a little bit early today, courtesy of Momo. I had just fallen asleep and he woke me up at 1:30. I think because his blankets were unhappy, and then he got up to use his puppy pad, and then he settled, and then he got up to get a drink, and then he resettled. And then he got up again, and then resettled. I'm like, buddy. Please pick a position. And then he woke me up around 4:30. I was like, it is too early to go out. So I refixed his blankets again. And then I kind of woke up to him and the wind outside around 6:30. And the husband went outside to grab what the wind was knocking around. And I got up to get Momo. And by the time I got up and put my coat on and found my shoes, he had hauled off and went into my mom's room. And I'm like, yo, you fucking woke me up. And then you leave the room? No, 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 no. Let's go. You woke me up. We're going potty. Just because Grammy's up doesn't mean I need to be up. Punk ass. Momo just testing. Yeah, it seems like it. He didn't used to do this. This started right, when did this start? Around Thanksgiving? A week or two into December? I don't know what his deal is. I think this shit started the day he came back from the vet. No. Well, no. It started a little bit before that. I guess. Because his ears were itchy. And we got the drops to put in the ears. And that doesn't seem to be bothering him anymore per se. But I don't know what the fuck his deal is. I'm like, Pupper, I need to sleep. I am tired. So tired. I think I've been running on 4 hours of sleep for the past 3 or 4 days. But unfortunately, by the time I go to when I came back in with Momo, then Zuzu's like, I want to go out. I'm like, really? He's like, yeah, I want to go out. I'm like, it's wet and nasty out. And he usually pees right where his brother does, so I took him right to that spot. Like, I didn't even have to step off the porch with Momo. Oh god, I hate that. Like, I have been up for almost like 22 hours, 23 hours. And I enter this like weird zone of being absolutely, utterly mind-fucking brain-dead exhausted, where I feel like my brain is gonna melt. And I just can't even think to function. And the second I go to lay down, you think I can fucking fall asleep? Hell no. Hate that. So I took Momo out, or Zuzu out. And you think the fucker would pee where his brother did? Oh no. He's taking me on a whole tour of the front yard. The wind's like threatening to blow everything into us. And I'm like, sir, your brother peed over there. And then he finally walks back over there and he's like, oh. And then he does like 2 or 3 drips of pee to scent mark it. He's like, okay, I'm good. And then he wants to come in. I'm like, dude. Like, I know y'all are old, but what the fuck? Like, oh my god, puppers. Like, what are you doing to me? It is too early in the morning for this shit. Way too early for that shit. Then I got back in. Then I had to pee after I got them their goodie. Got back in bed, and Russell was sitting there reading his phone. I'm like, oh no. He's like, yep. He goes, I don't know if I can fall back asleep. And I was like, I was laying there for maybe 15-20 minutes looking at something on my Kindle, and I'm like, you know what? I don't think I'm gonna be able to fall back asleep either. So mad. So fucking mad. Like, I was awake. I was like ready to get shit done and start the day, and I'm like, no, no, brain. No, no. I didn't agree to this. There we go. That's better. So I got up, hopped in the shower, get my hair washed for tomorrow in case we manage to make it to my appointment. Got dinner started. We're having stew, so I has to cook for a while. Took down the Christmas tree. Brought my toad inside. Shoved a Rice Krispie treat in my face. I was gonna fluff some yarn, but then I didn't want to get tied up fluffing. I was like, you know what, I've got a lot to do on this today. Let's just start. Like, that's fine. Okay. So yeah, we've got this. What is this? So it's pearl lavender. This is going to be interesting. I do have to pee. Oh, that was way too much. What are you doing? That's way too much. Alright, I do have to pee really bad though, so I will be right back. I'm going to run an ad while I'm gone. It shouldn't be too long. Just like a minute or two. Okay. I'm back. Sorry about that. I'm really confused because I grabbed a bottle of water to drink, but there's more water missing out of it than I thought I drank. I may have used this for my paint water. Maybe. And sometimes I reuse the plastic bottles and I'll fill them with tap water to use for my paint water, but I usually mark the lid. I'm definitely drinking the right one. Okay. So confused. Oh. That did happen. Okay. So I hope everyone's doing okay today. Let's get back into this. So we're grabbing some pearlescent lavender. Ooh, this is pretty. See if I can get the shimmer to get picked up here. So it's this one. I don't know if it's picking the shimmer up or not. I can't tell. My preview is too small. It might not. Alright, let's see what this does. I might have to add some light into this, but maybe not. Just got out of work a little while ago, so yeah. How was your ride in this morning? I mean, you made it, but it doesn't mean it wasn't, not great. I swear we had at least a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust earlier. That was kind of scary. Kind of sounded like a train was trying to come through the house. I'm like, is this what a tornado sounds like? That was, not a fun time. Especially while I was in the kitchen trying to figure out what the fuck was going on with the window. Your road and the parking lot are crap, but the highway's fine. Oh, that's good, at least. At least it wasn't all crap. That would have been worse. I would imagine. So it's a little lighter than the color that we put down. Not by much, though. Like, you really can't I don't know, maybe you guys can see and I'm just going blind and can't. Like, I can see it going down in front of me, I just don't know if the camera's picking it up, because it's kind of translucent, but not. Yeah, I mean, it's subtle. It's very subtle. I think once it dries and the light catches it a certain way, you'll see the shimmer. Kind of like how the other leaves, the light has to hit it just so. For the shine. Plus, I think because the colors are so close to one another, it's kind of melting into that bottom color. Oh, I can't wait to go to this eye appointment. I'm actually looking forward to it now. Because fighting with these glasses is becoming a real pain in the ass. It doesn't help that I've got cracks in these lenses near where the drill mounts are. And I know I said I wasn't going to go the drill mount route again, the frameless. But I really kind of like those funky, like, daisy-shaped lenses. So we'll see how Zenny does with their drill mounts. Like, I never had a problem with drill mounts from Lens Crafters. But the ones I got from Walmart cracked. Not right away, but they have cracked in the meantime. I guess I probably didn't need to do that second coat if we were doing this color on top, but the splotchiness of the first coat was bugging me. I didn't know if it was going to show through. So, I don't know if I'm just looking through the cracks now and that's why it's blurry. Oh no, that eye doesn't... Well, no, yeah, there's 2 cracks on that one. So, let me see here. I don't know if it'll show. My hand's probably gonna need to be under... Oh, okay. So on this one, nope, it's not going to show. I don't think I have anything that I can... Okay, you can kind of see it there on that one arm near the spine on the book. That line there, that's one crack there. And then that same eye, there's a small crack. I don't know if I can get it to show near the nose. Oh, wait. Yeah, it's not as thick of a crack on that one, but I am looking through that one more than the outer one. There's one going up slightly and there's one going down slightly on each of the screws that screw into the nose pad. I think it's starting to be noticeable when I'm looking through it. I mean, but I think this prescription's gotta be at least 5 years old, if not older. So I'm definitely on the naughty list for getting that checked regularly, but fucking glasses are expensive. Like, I'm hoping they're not like, you need progressives, and I'll be like, oh god, no, I'll really be falling all over the place. Or bifocals. I don't think I do. That sounds like a fucking migraine-inducing thing. I'd rather have a pair for reading and a pair for far away. I'd rather split the difference. Because I can get by up close if I need to. Okay, we're gonna see how that dries, because that's a little streaky. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, I don't think... I feel like I'd have nothing but an endless migraine. And that's not really an option I want to deal with. All of the wind chimes today. All of them. I am actually surprised none of them broke yet. It's kind of funny though, because Russell's like, you know, the wooden ones are still in here. I was like, yeah. They were starting to take a beating. And then, what was it, yesterday or a couple days ago, I was like, you know what? I guess we can put them back out. We're going back to Florida so I can replace the one. And he put them out, I think, yesterday or the day before. And then, bam, high wind warning. It's like, fucking hell. I mean, we'll see if they survive. We still have a couple more hours to go of the high wind warning. I'm kind of glad they did upgrade that to a warning from an advisory. Because while we were sitting here this morning, I'm like, this don't sound like no 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts. I'm like, this sounds like a lot worse. I've never heard the house shake like a train on 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts. This is kind of concerning. It didn't help that the wind was coming at the front of the house either. So we were hearing it like come through the cracks in the front door, like around the edges and stuff. I was like, what the hell is happening? This is wild. And when the trash truck showed up, I guess from the other day, they had the snowplow underneath of it hooked up. And it's still hooked up, so I guess I'm like, well, I guess they're just gonna leave them on then. But tomorrow's snow totals, if they're correct, are gonna be like a dusting to an inch maybe. But Friday's snow totals are looking to be like an inch to 3 inches. And then Monday, they're talking another inch to 3 inches. Like, what the fuck is happening? And my mom wants to go to Hobby Lobby before we leave. Don't know if we're still gonna try for that on Thursday. If the weather hadn't been so shitty today, we might have tried to take her today. Because of course they're not open on Sunday. Which would have made things so much easier. They just gotta be a pain in the ass. I think I got the paint thicker on this side. Because it's not being as streaky as the other one was. So I might have to go and hit the other one up real quick one more time. Can't wait to see how much of my yarn's gonna fit in this big ass tote that I got. I'm hoping I can at least get the cat litter buckets worth in there. If not a little bit more. It would be awesome if I can get all of the yarn into one container. But I don't think I'm going to be able to. I'd like to. But I'm probably overestimating or underestimating how much space that stuff's going to take up. But we'll try. So I think tonight I'm going to make bourbon beef cubes with broccoli and rice. I think that's what we'll end up doing there. Yeah, this one's much thicker. This side just kind of looks like the mica powder or whatever they used. Kind of just went everywhere. Close enough to a foot either way. Oh, jeez. 10 inches. Oh. That's a lot of snow. I think the one, maybe only once or twice in Jersey we've had that much that I can remember having to deal with. I remember having to take the dogs out back at the one house in New Jersey to get them out to go potty. And I kind of remember having to dig a path to the garage from the house. And I'm pretty sure that was up to my knees. And then there was another time where I had to dig the car out. That might not have been a foot, but it was pretty close. That was the time where we got stuck at work for like 2 or 3 days. Because they stopped running mass transit. And you know it's bad if they stop running mass transit in that area. Like, a lot of the employers in the area were like, if New Jersey Transit's running, your ass better be here. They're like, take the bus. I remember the cage supervisors would give people so much shit for calling out because they were nervous about driving in the snow and they didn't want to and they were afraid. And they knew that they weren't that great at driving in it because they had to come in and they were coming from like an hour away in some cases. And the one lady they gave shit to that was trying to call out, she ended up bowing under and was like, fine, I'll try to come in. And they're like, well, take your time. And she got into a car accident. Like a bad car accident where her one eye was messed up. I'm not sure if she lost the vision in that eye or not. I think they stopped giving people shit about driving in the snow coming in anymore. Or at least her. I'm like, you're not gonna pay my bills if I'm in a car accident. Fucking point me. You've nearly always lived where you got a lot of snow like this? You're tired of that? Yeah, Russell's from New Hampshire. He, like, laughed at the amount of snow we'd get in Jersey. He's like, this ain't shit. He goes, we'd still have to go to school in this amount. That's a little better. As long as it's not like super, super streaky. I mean, it's pearlescent, it's going to be a little streaky, but yeah, I think in Jersey they would close if it got to be like maybe around 4 inches. I think. Well, it depended if it was public school or private school. We can get rid of that. The private school tended to close more often for snow than public because they had buses coming from like up to an hour away. So they more readily closed because they didn't want these kids traveling that far on the school buses when the roads were getting shitty. Sorry, I'm making room on the palette. But, public, I don't think public closed as often. Okay. I got black paint on my fingers. Good. Good job. Alright. Oh, right. I was gonna do that. I just wanted to add some little accent veining on these two with that same purple pearl just to kind of help tie in what we did to those other guys. Alright. That in there. Okay. Still, I think this is coming along pretty good. Still fairly happy with it. Uh-oh, it's a Momo. Do I have to get him?
I'll get him.
Okay.
Wait a second, buddy. Hi, buddy. I'm coming, I'm coming. Oh, what's the peepers? Hi, buddy.
Okay. Now, to figure out what we're gonna do with this guy, because I have let me set you up there. I have somewhere. There they are. If I don't drop them. Okay. So we have like a pearl white. Right? So what color is this? It says taupe, but it's kind of like a gray. I guess that would be about taupe. I don't know why it's in there. I don't know. Do we want to go? It's light pink. I mean, what do I want to do here? Maybe we go like pale yellow? Is this actually pale yellow? That's kind of like a flesh tone. Alright, let me look at Naples here. What does Naples look like? Oh, that's not a bad color. Maybe we can mix that with a little bit of the pearl white. Let's see what that looks like. Alright, so where am I going to put you? Alright, so if I put a little bit of you there. I know, I'm kind of liking like the pearl accents in the middle here. Oh, okay, that's kind of like a champagne-y color. That might work. Alright. They are. I'm kind of loving these colors. So if we go with a little bit of, let's see. So this is pale yellow. And then we mix in some pearl white, which kind of looks the same. Let's see. We'll see. I might have to grab a little bit more of the pearl white. We'll see. It might be enough. Alright. Alright, I gotta take these. Uh-oh, I'm stuck. I'm gonna take these back off because I feel like I'm looking through a smudge on there and it might be the crack. But whatever it is, it's bugging the shit out of me. Sometimes I can look past it. Today is not one of those days. So the question is this a good color choice here? I thought I got you out of there. Instead, you're just being pain in the butt. I mean, I feel like it kind of ties in the middle of our other flowers, although we could add a little bit of this to the middle of those, right? To ensure that it's going to tie them in. That is an option. I still have to come back and fill in that background. So we will see how, I mean, yeah, it kind of works. I might hit it with some regular white streaks through it though. Because I'm kind of thinking of making the guys on the outside white or whitish. So we might do that one. Kind of has to see. I mean, we'll see how this goes here. I mean, we could grab a little bit more of that, like, saffron, but then it might blend in with the middle. Man, that wind's kicking again. Ooh.
Oh, you did say more rain was supposed to be incoming.
We're under the advisory until 5. And I think there's a chance for something falling from the sky till like 8, and then there's a bit of a break. Maybe, or maybe till 10. And then there's a little bit of a break till like 3 a.m. And then we're gonna start all over again. Yeah, I think if I come back over with maybe some streaks of white on those ones, and then make these guys actually white, like full on white with because that green's gonna get real dark, like down in this corner dark, when we do the second pass. And this Naples yellow. No, that's this Naples yellow. The pale yellow kind of looks a little bit off-white. And even with the, like the pearl white was kind of like a pale yellow. It wasn't very white at all. I was expecting it to be a little bit more white than it was. Like it kind of reminded me of like a real light champagne. I'll have to get around to swatching all of these guys at some point. Did he get his goodie?
Yeah.
Okay. Don't say it like that. There's times you've forgotten.
Very, very rarely. You act like you do it every time or something. Jesus.
No, not every time, but I didn't hear you give it to him, so. And I heard him get up, so I wasn't sure if he was mad. Tell you, it feels really cold in here. It says it's 42 out, but it feels colder than that. I know the local weather people were like, yeah, we could see some grapple mixing in with the rain at times as the system moves through. I'm like, oh goody. The first time I had ever seen grapple, I thought I was losing my mind. I was like, it's like little pellets. They kind of look like the tiniest white pom-poms ever in the world, and I was like, what is this? I was like, what is happening? It was very trippy, yeah. I'm like, what? I've got some pencil line coming through there on that one. Yeah, well, if we grab the titanium white, that will probably take care of that. It was crazy. I'm like looking at him, I'm like, Russell, it's snowing little tiny puffballs. He's like, what? I'm like, look at this. They're little round balls. It's like, what the hell is this? Like, what kind of snow do you all have down here? Like, this is crazy. We never, or at least I never saw snow that looked like that in Jersey, South Jersey. Although it had to be really fucking cold for it to snow down there with all the salt air. So a lot of the times it would snow, but it wasn't sticking. I remember the one day, I don't know if it was our first winter down here, it might have been. It was just flurrying. And the stuff was barely sticking in the grass. And there was this like mad panic and they were closing school and I'm like, what? I'm like, it's not even sticking in the road. It's barely sticking in the grass and they're closing school? And like 2 hours later it stopped and was melted from the grass by the time school would have gotten out. I was like, huh. Sure. Okay. I don't understand that call, but alright. I'm like, they would not have done early dismissal for us for that. They would have yelled at us to stop staring out the window at it. If anything. So I think I'll do this in a base of this pale yellow. Definitely come back and hit that up with some white. And then we'll hit these little guys on the outside with some white. Okay, so we're almost ready to do our final coat in the middle. Almost. Of our background. We just have to finish up these two flowers. And then I've got these little branchy guys here in the middle. Alright, to put you. Alrighty. Can only recall early dismissal like twice. Once for snow and one other time for extreme cold. Oh wow. Like, we would get early dismissal sometimes, if the back bay was flooding. Because they needed to get the kids home. Because sometimes if it flooded bad enough during some of the nor'easters, parts of the barrier islands were inaccessible. Or at least inaccessible from a direction that wasn't completely like an hour's trek to get back in. Like, if you were in some parts, fuck it. You had to like go an hour out of your way to try to get back. And that didn't always work. I remember some very pissed off parents having to figure out who the fuck was gonna pick me up. Because school decided to up in last minute early dismissal. In those days I usually ended up with my dad. And he'd have to take his lunch hour to come get me. You were a latchkey kid as long as there was a bus to drop you off, nobody cared. Yeah, they never... I don't know if they just never trusted me to be one, or if we just lived too far. Like, they probably could have done the bus, but then you had to also pay for the bus, I believe. And the one place we lived was kind of off the road. And my mom was kind of paranoid. The other place, it was closer. And they could have put me on the bus. But they didn't. Like, I had to go to a babysitter's. I mean, we knew the lady. 'Cause somehow she had been babysitting me, or knew us, since I was in preschool. She was a school aide when I was in preschool. And then when I moved to kindergarten, she ended up being a teacher's aide at the kindergarten. So my mom always knew her. But I went to her place. Well, she picked me up and a bunch of other kids from school till I was in 7th grade, which is kind of embarrassing. Because other friends are either hopping on the bus or walking home or getting picked up, and sometimes people be like, oh, you want to do something after school? And I'm like, I can't. I have to go to my babysitter's because I wasn't allowed to change my plans on a whim. If she was supposed to be picking me up, she was picking me up. Like, we couldn't just change plans on a whim. This would be school bus. There was no public transportation where you live. Yeah. Yeah, I think we had to, I think for our public school district, you had to still pay a fee to be a bus kid or something. But that didn't make sense to me why she wasn't willing to pay that, but she was willing to pay the babysitter unless the bus fee was more, which I guess is possible. So that is just kind of melting in there. It almost looks greenish on the screen. Probably watered it too much. It's alright, we'll hit it another pass through once that one sets up. And if I have to, I have some white acrylic paint. We can add acrylic paint to that. In fact, I might just fucking straight up do the acrylic paint. Because this pass isn't, it's melting in too much. I have to do this side too. Just so that... What the hell was that?
What the hell are you doing?
What's he doing?
He was trying to chew on a bag.
That cat today has gone insane. He grabbed a Walmart plastic shopping bag that I had a mat in for my new keyboard tray to put under my keyboard and my mouse. He grabbed the plastic bag that it was in and took off with it. Or maybe it got caught on him, but Russell said he dragged it out of our room and into the dining room where I was taking down the tree. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Why? What the hell? Mr. Cat? They've all just been, like, body slamming each other into the floor lately. It's been an all-out brawl with these cats the past couple of weeks. I'm like, what is your deal? Where is this coming from? Like, behave yourselves, for fuck's sake. Seems to be during the day it's Ed and Cal, and then at night it's Ed and Peabody, and I'm like, stop. Alright, so let me see here. So we're gonna do it this way. Without the fuzz attached to my hand, please. Thank you. There we go. That's a little better. And I could get there eventually with the straight gouache, but this is just gonna help things a little bit. Now, it is sort of blending with the gouache, it looks like, or this white's just super transparent. But, either way. Like, I'm okay with a little bit of yellow showing through there. Did he just whine?
What was that? You don't have to be so sad.
Momo,
What's the matter?
what's wrong, bud?
What's the matter? You need Daddy fix it?
Is your blankets mad?
The blankies look like a mess. Oh, that happy tail though. Hi, happy tail. Come on now. Come here. Oh, come here. Come here. Give me tummy rubs. Come here. Oh, come up on the bed. Ed, that wasn't for you. No, it is now, huh?
Did you fix his blankets?
Here, you want Daddy to fix it? Come on, Daddy fix it. Come on, Daddy fix it.
Beep beep, Momo, daddy fix.
Oh my God, Ed.
If Ed would get the fuck out of the way.
Let me give you a little more tummy stuff. A little more tummy stuff just to make sure you're getting a little bit.
He might need that stuff for a couple of days.
Yeah. Daddy, get your tummy stuff.
Based off of how it looked last night. Alright. Yeah, I think 2 coats will probably get us to where we need to be.
Alright. Let's make happy tummy.
Alright.
There we go.
Oh, goodness. So my hair's still dripping pink, but not as bad as it has previously. It really didn't look like I massacred a unicorn until I put the shampoo in.
Little cheese tags to make you feel
So, that's something.
Where are you? Oh, Daddy fix it? Okay, so he likes stealing your blanket.
Huh?
He likes stealing
He
your
stole it again?
Yeah.
That
Buried in
dick.
there.
He's such a punk. He won't just get up on the bed and lay with me, but he'll steal my fucking blanket.
Well, at least he loves you that much.
Blanket thief.
Yes, he is.
He's a klepto.
He's a cute blanket thief, so.
There are so many times that we just couldn't find certain pieces of clothing. And we're like, where the fuck is it? Like, we did laundry, couldn't find it. And, we were either digging through his bed to wash his blankets, or we were just digging through it to, his box to fluff his blankets. And, don't you know, here's a shirt. Here's some socks. I wondered where these pair of pants got to. It's like, if we threw it on the bed and then left, when we leave, he gets up on the bed and grabs everything and puts it in his dog box. His, like, doggy bed box. And I know he gets up there when we're not there, when we're not here. And he's allowed to be up there. It doesn't matter. But he specifically gets up there when he thinks we're not here. Or when we're not paying attention. And then he, like, somehow gets all of the stuff into his bed and builds the Momo nest out of all of our shit. I'm like, buddy. I thought that pair of socks had vanished. I thought I was missing a work shirt. Like, what are you doing? And now, if he thinks I'm not paying attention and Russell's not here, I've caught him jumping up on the bed, rolling around and rubbing himself all over my spot, like my side of the bed, and then getting down. We came back from somewhere yesterday. Oh, we had to run to Lowe's last night. And, we came back and he's laying on the end of the bed on top of some of our stuff. Or maybe it was when we came back from our walk. I don't know. It was at some point last night. We walked back in from somewhere. But as soon as we acknowledge that he's on the bed, he gets down. I'm like, no, you can be up there. He's so silly. Okay. We're gonna do one more pass on this, just so we're good. It's all sorts of ridiculous that it's taking this much white on here, but I did have some stuff to cover up on it, so I did kind of change my mind after looking at the yellow on there. It just didn't quite look right. But we're definitely getting there. And I guess I can have that slight yellow tinge to it. Or at the very least, I'm seeing it. It might not actually look that way completely. So we'll go and we'll grab this like real light blue that we used to mix this background, and we'll do some shadow lines through our petals here. You can do acrylic paint. Well, you can do some acrylic paint at least on the watercolor paper. Like, I kind of prefer the Arteza acrylic paint a little bit watered down and on the watercolor paper. Just need to clean up some of those seams there. Okay. Like, it looks a little sloppy to me. Cats? Could we not? Knock it off. Somebody's doing something on the other side of the bed and I can't see who it is. My container is blocking. I could see the end of Ed's tail, but I couldn't tell who was starting to wrestle with him. Yes, they must. They must, no matter the time of day or night. If we are trying to sleep. Peabut's mad because Russell picked a deep bowl for the cat food. And he walked me out there and he's meowing at the food bowl and I'm like, no. I'm sorry that your whiskers are going to touch the side of it, but that's the food bowl we have right now. I am not putting more food in there. That's what we got right now, bud. I was like, that food is perfectly edible. I know, because everybody else is eating it. Okay. Alright, I'm almost done dicking around with these flowers. Almost. Alright, so I still have to get back into editing. Might do a little bit of that tonight. Usually Tuesday and Wednesday are my editing days. Usually. We will see. Oh, that's right. I was gonna try to shampoo the rug. Maybe I won't get to editing tonight. Cats? I can hear you grunting across the room. Knock it off. They are so bad. At least they're not trying to have their way with each other. Oof. Which seems to be a pastime. I mean, they're all males except for little, and they're all fixed, and I'm like, alright, I guess. That's how we're gonna do. It's like, I don't think that's gonna work too well there, buckaroo, but okay. You keep trying, I guess. Hi, little. I don't know if you want to be in here right now. The boys are being dickwads. I'm just mixing a color. Alright. Just mixed up a little bit of the light color that we used to make this background color. And I think that'll work out better than what we were doing originally. Seems to be. Just giving it a little bit of shadowy wrinkles in there. Or at least that's the idea. That's not too bad. Okay. And then that kind of works the texture in from the acrylic that I dropped in there. Kind of makes it feel like it should be there a little bit more. All right. Okay, I need to be thinking about a green color now. Do I want like a mid-range? Do I want a super dark? I don't think I want super dark because we're gonna have super dark on the outside. So we have two greens actually we need to figure out here. Alright. Where's... I need that tray still. I can't lose that tray. Okay, the greens are still in the box then. We've got two trays of greens. Alright. Deep green is our background. Just gonna put a little bit more of that out now. Let's see, what color is seaweed? Kind of like a grass green. What's... Okay. 50s kitchen. Is the olive. This is our background green. Yeah, kind of like an avocado. It says it's olive, but it's a little bright for olive. Olive, I feel like, would be a little more gray. That looks more like avocado to me. This was kind of our sagey color that we put the pearl sage over top of. So I'm thinking maybe we do the olive on our ring with maybe some darker veining through it. Let me see what this sap green looks like. Oof. That's bright. Woo. That's very much like a spring green. What is this? This is pale green. That's pale? Oh, no, no. Holy shit, how is that pale green? That's like fucking neon. It's like day-glow green. And the lime green is kind of like a yellow. It kind of is like... Yeah, that really looks yellow. Alright, the only one we didn't look at was Viridian. Okay, so Viridian is gonna be like a teal. I'd call it like a teal. So... Okay. So I'm thinking the olive on our big leaves with some dark veining. I'm thinking seaweed on this, and then we've got our deep green for the background. Sometimes you just have to see them next to each other. Which is, again, if I had had the time, I would have swatched everything. I just didn't. So just give me a second to clean up my hand here. Ooh, that Viridian stains. Oh dear. Right. Note to self. Let me grab a paper towel. It might just be the thing I'm using here. Right. Should have thought about that. Now I'm gonna be going to the eye doctor tomorrow looking like I've bruised the fuck out of my hand. No. I'll hit it with a little bit of alcohol later. See if that gets it. Right. Okay. Let me get the seaweed. Yeah, that'll probably take care of that. Probably. I mean, it's not as bad as it was after that first pass, but still. Totally forgetting about the staining power of a couple of those greens. Oh, here, I'll just put it on the back of my hand. It'll only be there for a second. It's fine. I mean, I could have just swatched it on the edge of the tape, I guess. But then knowing me, I probably would have rubbed it somehow onto the painting. Alright. Well, it's not a bad color. Kind of like a foresty green. Like a leaf green. See, in my mind, I envision seaweed being a little bit darker than that. But that's me. Now, I think I grabbed this leaf off of a stencil of a full-on flower and just didn't do the flower part. That's being a little strange there. Oh, unless the... Okay. I know what that's... I see. Alright, I actually got that up on the... acrylic paint there a little bit. That's why that's being funny. That's okay. We'll get that sorted. one way or another. I actually saw something that the Weather Channel posted on Facebook. It was talking about an overnight tornado threat, and I'm like, where? I have no idea. I don't think it's us. Nobody talked about it for our area. Well, apparently there's video floating around of a tornado going through Fort Lauderdale. And everybody's just standing there, like, watching it come closer to them. And, like, looking out their hotel room balconies, standing on the balcony. And there's, like, power flashes and going off and shit. And I'm like, y'all should be, like, taking cover instead of standing out there on your balcony filming it like a stupid tourist. Like, what are you doing? Like, are you locked out here on this balcony? Why are you not inside? I'm like, come on. Debris can fly, people. Debris can go airborne and fly. You are not a storm chaser. You are just someone that was there in Fort Lauderdale on vacation. Like, what are you doing? Like, yeah, it's like, come on now. These things are dangerous. Oh shit, I've got a couple more flowers at the bottom I forgot about. Damn it. I don't know what color I'm gonna make them. I would have remembered they were there at some point. I guess. Yeah, I'm like, guys, what are you doing? I understand you might be on vacation, but there's still a dangerous storm. There's power flashes. It's definitely on the ground. Like, what are you doing? It's crazy. And they're like all laughing and they're like, oh, look. And I'm like, this isn't a sideshow. This is what not to do. I mean, yeah, that one's not directly over you at this moment, but there's no telling if the storm's gonna form another funnel and drop it on your asses. How do you know there wasn't another one behind your hotel? These storms can drop multiples at times, and not necessarily in the same spot. I'm just like, Jesus Christ. I was more mad that they weren't taking cover than anything. I'm like, yeah, you guys are dumb. It's like the game of natural selection. We had one of those games at Walmart at one time. The coolers, some of them were malfunctioning on the sales floor in the dairy aisle. on the one side, and we're like, what temperature are these things supposed to be at? Because they seem a little warm. And they were definitely above freezing. Like, they were starting to get into the high 30s suddenly. And it was like the whole side. And the one manager that was on duty, they're like, it's supposed to be lower than that. And we kind of kept an eye on it for a minute, and it wasn't getting any better. So, like, some of the processed cheese, they're like, I think the cheese will be fine. Some stuff we pulled because we didn't know what the hell was going on. But there wasn't enough room in the cooler to pull the entire side aisle. So then they're like, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna get some trash bags. And we're gonna hang them up and tape them to the top of the cooler. Like the display cooler. And then they'll drape down. They'll kind of keep what cold air is in there in while we're waiting for someone to call us back about what they want us to do. And I'm like, okay. And so we did that, and it was getting to be towards the end of the shift, and nobody got back to us yet, and people are shopping. They're in there, like, ducking under the plastic and buying, like, picking stuff out and throwing it in their carts, and I'm like, okay. A couple of people, they're like, what's with the plastic? I'm like, the coolers are getting too warm. So we're trying to keep what cold air is there in until we hear back from someone. We're like, oh. Like, some people weren't even questioning it. They're just buying it anyway. Use power at work all the time. You have to dump everything. Yeah, we were like, what do we want to do here? Because, I mean, like, it was the side that we had juice on and butter. I mean, that stuff was probably going to be okay if it got a little bit warm. It wasn't the side that any of the meat was on. So it was stuff that probably was going to be okay. But at that point, I'm like, look, management told me to do this, I'm gonna fucking do this. It's not my fucking problem. We're like, I wouldn't buy anything out of there right now. We don't know what's going on. And then they decided, well, if it hit a certain temperature, then we were gonna have to pull it regardless. But they didn't want to pull it because there was nowhere to put it if we didn't have to. And that really would have fucked up everything. I think the manager that was on duty just didn't want to deal with it, to be perfectly honest. And I was just like, yeah, and then they get mad and still try to buy, and yeah, I'm like, okay. Well, you have fun with that. Tried to tell you. We don't know what's going on with it. I mean, the juice was probably fine. It's juice. And it wasn't that warm, but it was nudging up there. It was definitely not as cold as it should have been. We're just like, okay. Fortunately, it wasn't both sides that went out. I think when we came back in the next night, everything was gone. Oh, what the hell? Flamingos, stone! I think that says... Oh, my glasses on. Stone rating with a party of 10. Hi, Stone. Welcome, Stone friends. It's a landslide of Stone friends. What is gouache? So gouache essentially is opaque watercolor. So watercolor is sort of transparent. Well, it's usually transparent. And then gouache is not as transparent. So they use it a lot in for illustration and like books and stuff. But it's not as it's not the same as acrylic paint either. Acrylic paint you generally put on canvas. You can do gouache on canvas. I haven't. Gouache you usually do. I mean, you can do it on wood too, but I usually do it on watercolor paper because it's just easier. So you can water it down like watercolor, but then it dries usually pretty opaque depending on the shade. Yes, gouache. Gouache. Yes, gouache. So how are you, sir? How are things going? What all were you guys up to today? What time is it even? 2:30. Alrighty. Alright, I'm gonna grab a little bit more water. I'm gonna go into our sage color that we had pulled out last week. Oh, and it's also reactive. Looking at that word and you had a heck of a time figuring out how to pronounce that. Yeah, gouache. Like squash, but with a G. And gouache is reactive, so that if it dries on your palette, unlike acrylic paint and like watercolor, you can just add more water back to it and it'll come back to life and you can use it again. It's also twofold, where anything that you add onto a layer of gouache may reactivate the color underneath, and the colors can kind of blend together and melt together a little bit if you have it thin enough. Here we're going. Go ache. Kinda aches and pains getting some layers to cooperate, but it's not so bad. I used the stuff from Himi. That is jelly gouache. It comes in a cup. It's a little bit slimy. But we're using the Arteza stuff out of the tubes. It's a little bit easier to deal with. You don't have to worry about it drying out in the cups because the tubes close. But it makes blending a little bit easier sometimes. And this is just a design we came up with using some stencils and one of the base flamingo emotes for the channel. And Russell might turn this into a digital copy, or he might make a digital copy of it. And we are probably going to update the offline screen with it. Probably not till we get back, though. But we'll see. If he needs something to do, he might do it in the meantime. Once I finish it, but we also need to work on setting up stream avatars. Ugh, my hand's so unsteady. And so all over the place, zigzagging. Going the VTube route? Not exactly. We're just gonna have stream avatars running across the screen, that's all. Something for people to do. So, kinda, but not fully. But that's not gonna be till we get back from Florida. At the very least. God damn it, hand. Stop it. Like this exact angle that I think my wrist is on, my whole hand is shaking, so it's all wobbly there. Yeah, we have to take my mom to go see my brother. And since we're gonna be there anyway, we're gonna jet down to Key West for a couple of days. Wobbly is just a happy way of saying character, I guess. I guess that's one way to look at it. I need a spot for this shade here. Where am I gonna put you? Our pink kinda took up everything. I mean, I could just clear a spot on the pink section, but... Is that right? I mean, you know, I guess whatever works. So you can use this straight out of the tube, but usually you water it down just a little bit. Kind of like watercolor. Okay, now let's work on these guys here. We still have to do a second pass on our blue background color in the middle. So I know that looks splotchy as hell, and that's okay, because that's the first pass we did on that was real watered down. Just to kind of get the color in there. This just doesn't look like olive green. I'm sorry. It looks like a bright avocado. Or like a slightly browned avocado. But this just doesn't look like olive. I'm sorry. There's just no way. Olive's a little bit darker, I think. Maybe more brown. When I walk all wobbly, all I hear from other people is, man, that guy's got character. I mean, if that's what you want to call it. My hands shake something awful when I'm trying to do line work. So sometimes it's a little maddening. But yeah, we've got a new desk on the way. Finally. We've got a new camera coming. So we won't be quite so scrunched up, and we have a rig coming for the camera. So we can have a proper overhead shot instead of this weird, like, half angled down. So we're gonna be working on making some improvements. I don't know, maybe it is more of an olive now that it's drying. Because these look like two totally different shades between what it's turning into and what it is on the palette. It is getting darker. No, maybe it is. Once it's dry. That initial hit out of the tube did not look anything like an olive. More olive now than it looked before. Yeah, totally. Like, now that it's starting to dry on the paper, it's starting to, like, pick up those brown tones, I guess. But it really looked like 50s avocado kitchen when I had it on my hand. That is wild. I mean, I know it dries a little bit darker, but that's kind of crazy that it would be that much darker.
Momo.
Mama!
Come here. I'm coming.
Daddy was taking too long.
Come here, Fluffy. Oh, Fluffy.
Mom was like, fuck this shit, I'm gonna go sit down. I was so mad when he woke me up at 6:30. By the time I got my pants on, I'm like, Momo, Momo, Momo. I had to go find him. He was curled up in my mom's chair. I'm like, excuse me. You woke me up. You're not allowed to wake me up and then bail out. Like you never woke me up. I mean, you could have just come in here and gotten in her chair without waking me up. My alarm was nowhere near due to go off. It's like, you're such a punk ass. At least the cleanup on this stuff's pretty good, pretty easy. I generally don't have to scrape it. Yes, cat behavior. For sure. For sure, cat behavior. He is so bad. The problem is, my mom gets up anywhere between 5:30 and 7. Half the time, we don't go to bed till like 2. Lately. I know I need to start going to bed sooner, but especially if we're doing farmer's market come spring, and I am working on it, but I'm like, just because Grammy's up doesn't mean my ass needs to be up right now. I was like, I'm quite tired, thank you. And then by the time I get him out and then get his brother out, then I'm awake. And I'm like, fuck. I was like, buddy. Zuzu was mad because there wasn't room for him to sit with my mom when we were doing game night last night. So he was sitting on her coat on her bed, giving her the stink side eye. And she's like, oh, don't be mad. Come on over. I was like, he's about to be real mad soon. Like, they know something's up because we pulled the luggage out and then we bought new luggage. They just don't realize that they're not going with us.
I don't know. I think they kind of forgot now that it's been a couple days.
I don't know. He was pretty mad last night.
Who?
Zuzu. The looks he was giving her. And now my mom's like, well, I want to stop and see your aunt's house too. And I'm like, ugh, how long of a visit are you expecting to do with her? Because we're not going to be in that particular town in Florida for very long. Probably 2 nights. And she goes, oh, just like 10 minutes. And I'm like, uh-huh. We'll see how long 10 minutes actually is. I don't think it's going to be exactly 10 minutes. I have a feeling it's going to be like close to an hour. I'm like, seeing my brother was one thing. And I wasn't really thrilled about that either. But she wanted to go see him, so we're like, okay, fine. We'll take you. But we're on a time limit once we get down there. Actually, we're on a time limit the whole time. At least on the way down. Yeah, probably. She's like, oh, I want to stop by and see your aunt and see her house. And I'm like, and how long? Because we have dinner with my brother one of the nights. And I don't know if Richard's my brother's name. I don't know if Russell's going to want to feel like dealing with everybody the day we get in. We might be doing all of this the next day after he's had some time to not be driving. Oh, we did find out there's supposedly a miniature golf course right next to our hotel. If they're still open. It looks like they're still open from their website. And they're open till like 10 or 11. And we're like, sweet. I think it's called Congo Miniature Golf or something like that. And if I'm looking at the website correctly, there was something about feed our gators? And I'm like, what? Are you serious? I really don't want to feed the gators, but do you actually have gators at this mini golf course? I was very confused. Oh, yes. We have 2 miniature golf courses here. One isn't that great. It's like on the side of... It's like carved into part of one of the mountains, or one of the small hills leading up to the mountains. So it's really steep and lots of steps to navigate it. I think we only have done that one like once or twice. And then there's another one at like some like arcade kind of place. That one's okay. We used to have the pick of all kinds of mini golf courses when we went to Ocean City, New Jersey. The one water park on the boardwalk had a really awesome 2-course mini golf setup. That was super fun. But we didn't get to go mini golfing for our birthdays because it was so fucking hot that neither one of us wanted to be outside that long. And we didn't really have the money. But we've got some money now, so we might just do that. I know, right? I hope that, I hope they're well contained. Oh, here's the kicker. Speaking of gators. The route to get from my brother's place down to Key West is taking us right through Alligator Alley. And, in the middle of the Everglades. I was like, oh, okay. That's a thing. Like, right through. I think it picks up around Fort Myers or something, or Cape Coral, somewhere down in there. And then shoots us over to Florida City. I think it's on 75. Right through the middle of the Everglades, and I'm like, huh. Well, we've never been that way before. Because the last time we were down there, we were on 75 the way down. And we got off of 75 for our one hotel stay, because Florida was just, it was just too damn long to drive through Florida tip to tip in one day. So we ended up staying the night in either Port St. Lucie or St. Lucie. I can't remember which one. There's two of them. One of them. And then it put us back on 75. Or maybe it's not 75 and it's something else and then throws us back on it. But, or it's a different part of 75. And, it kicked us off in Florida City, and then we had to pick up US 1. I mean, we'll still be picking up US 1 either way in Florida City. Which, by the way, is your last Walmart before entering the Keys. There are no Walmarts in the Florida Keys. So if you need something from Walmart, your ass needs to get it before you you head on down there, or else it's gonna be like a 3-hour drive back up to get whatever it is you forgot. Just because it's a nice place. I'm just curious to see if they've recovered more from Hurricane Michael. Or was it Irma? No, you know what? I think it was Irma. No, maybe it was Michael. No, Michael came into the Panhandle. Irma went through the Keys. Because when we were there the last time, I think Irma had come through the year before. I think. And there was still all kinds of debris from places being torn down along the sides of US 1 coming through some of the Keys. Like, it was mind-boggling how much debris there was still. I was like, didn't this come through like last year? It was crazy. The only thing you'd want is key lime pie, and you're assuming that's thing down there? Oh yeah, they have, everybody apparently claims to have the best key lime pie. I'm actually not a huge fan of key lime pie. I'm not a huge fan of pie, though. Something about the texture of it, it's, like, weird to me. But, like, I don't mind a lot, like, I love the lime sherbet and stuff, but the pie, I tried it once and I just wasn't a huge fan of it. But Kermit's supposedly has some decent key lime pie. We love their soaps, and oh, I have to get my tea. Kermit's has a key lime tea that is fabulous. It's great hot and cold. And apparently they also have chocolate covered key lime pie on a stick. I think that would fall apart, but people seem to like it. Get a key lime cheesecake for your dessert at your wedding. Yeah, they have one of their stores. They've got two down there. Has a cafe table area where you can order stuff to eat and eat it there outside. And they also do ship. They do sell some stuff on their website. I just don't remember what they do sell and how much shipping is. Like, there's this one cookie place down there that we absolutely loved. Like, cookies as big as, like, bigger than my hand. Chocolate chip was awesome. They had, I think, like a white macadamia nut, white chocolate macadamia nut, and I think they had a couple other ones. But the chocolate chip was fantastic. And they only ship, like, on Wednesdays or something. But your order had to be X number of dollars. And we just didn't have the money to do it because it was quite an extravagance to do that. For us, at least. But I'm gonna stock up on my Key West lotion that I can't find anywhere except there, the body butter, and the salt scrub. I might have found a salt scrub similar on Amazon, but I'm not sure if it's exactly the same. But I want to get my salt scrub. But the place is Kermit's of Key West, or Kermit's Key Lime Shop. Let me see if I can find their, like Kermit the Frog. They had a notice on their website that they were going to be getting, they were getting a new supplier. So they didn't have some stuff right now. Oh, no, you must choose overnight shipping method when ordering pie or pie bars, or your order will be canceled. I guess because it's fresh. So it looks like they're still shipping the pies and stuff. I guess they put it on dry ice or something. I would imagine. But we loved the cookies from Matheson's. I think it was Matheson's. They also had gelato. The gelato was okay. I'm not a huge fan of gelato. Always makes my mouth feel dry. What time is it? 3. But, I have no idea what their shipping is on the food. They've got a nice bar of soap, or at least they did. So we're going to be hitting them up. Still no cancellations for Flamingo. I'm so upset. I'm like, no, it was within my grasp. I wanted to go to Flamingo so bad. I'm gonna have to make do with just seeing them from afar when we go through the conservatory, I guess. I was telling my mom about it. She's like, oh God, no, I'm not doing that. And I was like, why? She goes, what if they bite you? I'm like, they don't have any teeth. She's like, oh no. And I was like, Russell's like, okay, that's one less ticket to worry about. I was like, damn. It's like, no. Yeah, if we don't get in this time, because I want to go back during the holiday season one time to see all the Christmas lights and stuff, and they've got a Christmas light tour with the with that trolley, not the trolley, with the train tram. I think the trolley does it too, but with the train tram, and they take you around on a tour of all the specifically decorated places that participate on the tour route. So I want to do that at some point. Just wasn't in the cards to do it this year because we didn't want to wait to get her down there to see my brother till next holiday season, not knowing what's going to happen with her. And we figure we'll save that just for a trip when it's just the two of us, probably. Then we can plan it a little bit further out. And we're not scrambling to find a hotel. Kinda last minute. I'm really hoping they finish this construction to our south on our interstate route to get down to pick up I-40. Because that's kind of annoying. I don't see the detour there at night. It's only there during the day. I'm like, can't they just reduce it to like one lane? Do they have to really kick us off to detour us 2 towns around what the hell they're doing? You're going to lurk for a bit and grab food and such? Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Did they ever finish construction? It doesn't seem like it. You have a good one, sir. Thanks for the raid. Stone and friends. Oh, I'm so bad at this. I get involved in stuff and I forget to do the things. So, shout out. Hey, I did it right. I typed it right without my glasses on. I was totally guessing. I'm like, I think these are the letters. So, no stone back from Wild Challenge days. And he does some wrestling stuff, some WoW raiding. And I'm not sure what else he's up to these days. But if you want to check out his channel, feel free. Although I think most of you came over from there. Never think to do it till it's like past the time I should have done it. I'm really hoping they get a 2-person cancellation. Probably the day that we go to the conservatory, we're probably gonna, go up to the counter and double check, be like, hey, did anybody cancel for Flamingo tonight? Or tomorrow night? Like, Russell was even willing to dick around the day that we check out if they had an opening. But I don't think they're gonna. Yeah, we'll see. Because, like, I think SeaWorld or Busch Gardens had a thing where you could feed the flamingos. It might have been Busch Gardens. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think I might be wrong thinking it's SeaWorld. And, but you're like with 20 or 30 people, I believe. It's like a group. And, it's a lot of people. And I think I'd be more overwhelmed by the size of the group. That's a lot of people. For me. At the very least. Shit, I don't think we're going to be able to finish this on stream. We've got a lot of little guys to do, and I still have to do the background. Well, I'll tell you what. 3:07. Whatever we don't get done on stream today, I will record it. And then I will edit everything together into a speed paint, because next week we really need to do our new Bob Ross sketch. And then I'll post pictures if I do get it done tonight, because I'm going to need something to keep me busy. Like I don't have enough. I can probably finish this and shampoo the rug. Probably shampoo the rug right after dinner. Or I could do it tomorrow. Like, finish the painting tomorrow. Husband has his character creation session on Wednesday. I forgot they moved it to Wednesday. I kept thinking it was Thursday. And so did he for a minute. He goes, no, wait, it's Wednesday. I was like, oh, right. That's right. I forgot you moved it. Because I think that's one of the nights our friend has free from class. So I think they're playing with Cypher rule set. Right, you're using Cypher for...
Yeah. Yeah, that's what the game's gonna be in.
I don't know a damn thing about it.
It's
not quite the same.
It's a lot more freeform than many RPGs.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's generally no formalized you can only use your speech skill to tell the truth and a lie skill to tell a lie. If you can justify to the person running the game that you can do something,
mm-hmm.
then you can do it. It gives you a bonus towards it.
Hmm. So maybe focused a bit more on the storytelling?
Yeah. So like if you have a skill in mechanics and you want to get into an in-depth conversation with another mechanically inclined person to make them more inclined to help you, you can do that. And you'll get a benefit from that skill. Stuff like that.
So definitely a bit different from standard D&D rules.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's also a lot less math, which is why I might try to drag you into it someday. I know. I'm mostly joking. You're okay.
We'll see.
I know. Husband, leave me alone. I know.
So you don't roll as much? Like, are you still rolling the same kind of dice?
You're still rolling, but you're not. You're just checking what the number is. So you're just checking to see if the number is higher than the number I tell you.
Like, what dice do you roll? Is it the same exact dice?
It's just the
or is it only
die.
Just the D20?
Yep. So basically, like when you like have a skill that's used for something, I will change how high you have to roll.
Mm-hmm.
But ultimately, you're just rolling, and then did you roll higher than the number I gave you? And that's it.
So you don't have to roll for damage?
No, they just do a straight number for damage.
How's that work?
You just don't roll dice for damage. You just do a number. D&D actually has something similar, it's just a lot of people don't use it.
That sounds confusing after you guys always made me roll for damage.
Well, it's a different game, dear. You also don't roll for your hit points or anything.
Then how do you determine what your hit points are?
It's predetermined. Like, there's no, like, you don't randomize what you get, you just get whatever you get.
So, kind of like a pre-made?
Yeah, essentially.
So, kind of like I did with the game I ran.
Yeah, essentially.
Huh. It sounds completely opposite of everything that you taught me.
Yes.
Hmm.
It's very different.
Interesting. Was that pot still okay?
Yeah.
So, was there leftovers from last night for them?
Absolutely. I'm going to be freezing some afterwards, too.
Okay. Oh, I need you to find the apple juice in the freezer, please.
Okay.
So that's not so bad. And then, you know, the outside edge is going to be darker still. I think I'm going to need some more of this. I don't think I pulled enough out. Yeah, no, we didn't pull enough out. That's fine. So that's an easy fix. Alright. So, yeah, I think once we get the next coat on the inside in, we'll really start to be in business here. I definitely like those light blue lines that we threw in that white flower. I think that helped quite a bit. It also helped to hide the weird texture that had formed on the paper from adding the acrylic in there. Because, like, the gouache is very smooth. You don't really get texture, at least I don't, with how I use it, because I tend to add some kind of water to it. I generally don't use it straight from the tube. I'm usually watering it down to some degree. I think if you use the gouache straight from the tube, you can probably get some kind of texture going with it. But I feel like don't really need to. Okay. No, I can't do that. I was like, oh, what if we add some red veining with this red? But then that might look funny with the reds crossing each other. Or that dark pink. Probably look more brown than anything anyway. Although, I wonder what color we would get if we mixed that red in with our darker purple. As long as it doesn't look muddy. I might be able to come up with something that we could work with. Alright, just hitting our second pass on that guy there. So what are you guys doing for dinner? Or did you guys already have dinner? I am so hungry. Should have had something more substantial than a Rice Krispie treat before we got started. But I'm not used to being up so early, so I'm not used to needing to eat anything more substantial than a quick snack when I get up. Eat when you get home. Okay. Not bad. I will say sometimes I really hate cooking because I hate making a mess. But don't really have a choice most of the time. Can't stand cooking. Yeah, but I kind of have to cook for my mom too, so I just get tired of having. Oh my goodness, it's Zuzu.
Hi, Zuzu.
It's Happy Butt. I just get tired of cooking the same stuff or eating the same stuff. Sometimes, and then other times I can eat the same thing for like a couple of days, so I don't know. My mom hates leftovers, so I can't like make a big batch or enough for like 2 days. But we managed to find some chicken nuggets we could afford that weren't terrible. They weren't dino nuggies, but
I still don't get your fascination.
because then you can go roar across your plate through the broccoli forest. I hate the mess. I hate burning myself half the time because stuff splashes. Like, I'm afraid of hot grease. You love leftovers? Yeah, like, I didn't mind, like, I used to make stew and I'd have it for like 2 or 3 days. But, I was like, oh, I'll just pop it in the microwave.
The look on his face when he realized it was raining.
Zuzu, did you not go potty?
No, he didn't.
Not even in the carport?
Nope. Carport wasn't clear enough.
Oh.
Hey, Zuzu. You still came to me for it, so let me give you your goodie.
Can you make sure there's a pad down for him?
Yeah. Come on, Zuzu. I'll make sure you got it.
Mr. Priss doesn't like to get his feet wet. At all. The one time, one of the days when we were in Key West, it had rained overnight. And we were on our way to breakfast, and we were going to eat there. And so we were walking the boys with us because the place was dog friendly. So we were sitting outside. And there was a puddle that went across the road that we were going to have to walk through. It wasn't very deep. It was pretty shallow. Momo walked through it, no problem. Zuzu took one look at it and dug his feet in and would not go forward. And I'm like, dude, it's a puddle. Look, I'm standing in it. You're fine. It's just a puddle. He would not budge. I had to pick his ass up and carry him past the puddle. Or else we would still be standing there. He was like, no. He is such a stinker. And then there's other times where he'll go out and the grass is wet. And I'm like, seriously? Like, you don't make sense, doggo. Like, not at all. He is such a butthead sometimes. It's just like, my goodness gracious. I'm like, look, Momo's prancing back and forth through it. So then I had to get my clothes dirty with what I had just put on our way to breakfast because his feet were dirty. Such a brat he is. Although those two did have quite the fascination with sitting on the porch of our vacation rental. On the bench seat that was on the porch. Looking at the lizards going by. Like, they didn't try to get them, they just liked sitting there. I'm like, really? They were just sitting there chilling. Sorry, my other hand's shaking, holding the palette. I wasn't twirling it on purpose. Yeah, they were just like, I'm just gonna chill here. And I'm like, you're okay just sitting here? And they're like, yep. We tried to take them to the pool deck with us, but they wouldn't just sit on the towels. They were being weird about sitting still. Because they weren't allowed in the pool and they hate getting wet. I really think they would like the swimming pool if they would just, you know, tolerate it for a couple of seconds. Like, I tried to get them a little kiddie pool one summer when it was so hot out. And I'm like, look guys, water. It's much cooler in here. What fun. And they're like, no. You would have thought we were sending them off to slaughter. They're like, fuck you. I don't think so. They're such brats about it too, because Russell will give them a bath, but they will fight him tooth and nail about going in the bathroom to get in the tub. But, like, he's like, who wants to go first? And, like, neither one of them, so he'll pick one. And the other one was like, no, I want nothing to do with this. And then while the other one's in there, then they're outside the door trying to get in. I'm like, Daddy asked you if you wanted to go first, and you were like, no, I don't want to go. Now all of a sudden you want in there. Like, you're not really missing out on anything. And they're super selective with their snacks. The couple of times that we made pizza, we had some bacon that was left over, so I threw it on the pizza and put it in the oven. And Momo was wanting some of my pizza crust, so I was like, okay, you can have the crust that doesn't have the sauce on it. That should be okay. That should be puppy safe. Don't have to worry about any garlic or anything getting on there for him. The things on the puppy no-no list. And he smelled the bacon, or one time I think I had either chicken or leftover pot roast that I shredded and threw on the pizza just to use it up. He smelled the meat, and when I went to give him the bread, he looked at me like I betrayed him. And he's like, what the fuck is this? Turned his nose up at the pizza crust altogether and walked away. And I'm like, oh, really? I was like, well, you can't have what's on the pizza. I don't think so. Number one, I'm eating that. Number two, it's not on the Momo safe list. There is seasoning on here that you cannot have. And then he'd come back again. I'm like, it's still the same stuff. The other night I had I know, really. The other night I had some Ruffles potato chips and some vanilla ice cream, because I like to dip my chips in my ice cream. Something about the salty and the sweet combo, I just like it. And he walked over and I'm like, this is all I got, bud. And he'll take chips from my mom, like Lay's potato chips, but they're a little bit thinner. So the Ruffles were a bit thicker. And I handed him a piece of one, and he looked confused, and he kept looking at what I had in front of me. And then he dropped the chip on the floor and walked away. I was like, the fuck? I was like, you're not getting my ice cream. That's not on the puppy should have list regularly. They've had ice cream before and it's not gone through their system well. So I'm like, no, you're not getting this. We've been down that road before. When I gave you guys a little bit as a special thing on a holiday. I was like, but if we're gonna throw an attitude about it, then you're not getting any of it. He never did eat the chip. I found it on the floor. I almost stepped on it. Same time when I had crackers. He wanted my cheese, not my crackers. I'm like, I don't mind sharing some of the cheese with you, but you're not getting all of my good cheese. I would like some of my cheese. But he'll take the same shit from my mom. That's what I'm like, what? Are you mad it's not a Lay's potato chip? Because she certainly doesn't dip the chip in anything and give it to you. She better not be. It's just like, what the fuck, dog? I was like, if you like what Grammy gives you so much, maybe you should go hang out with Grammy. It's not like I didn't cook you dinner earlier. Or cooked part of your dinner. He stopped eating his dry dog food. The only way I can get him to eat it is if I throw, like, something meat-related of people food in there. So, like, tonight I'm making bourbon chicken, or, bourbon beef cubes, so I'd have to cook the beef cubes without putting any seasoning in until they're done, and then pull some out to the side for him and his brother. Separately. And then I can make ours with all of the seasoning and stuff in it. Because if I don't, he doesn't eat his dinner. I have some people like, I'll eat when he gets hungry enough. This dog has not gotten hungry enough, and I don't want him to starve. He's already a skeleton. Not a literal skeleton, but he's already skinny enough. Like, he doesn't need to be skinnier. Alright, I don't know if this is gonna... look right, but we'll see. We will see. I mean, it's not bad. It'll do. They are spoiled. Like, I already cooked their chicken for their dinners for a while we're gone. So it's a little bit darker than the than that flower petal right there, but that's good, because then it doesn't look like they're like bleeding into each other. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. Alright, and then we're gonna just darken up that background in the middle, but that will probably have to get done off stream and finishing up those few remaining flowers. But I'll definitely post a photo when we're done, because the edit is going to take a little bit for me to get to. To put everything together in one place. What, Momo? What's the matter?
No, you're all done.
Did he pee when you took him back out?
Yes.
I think he smells the food.
It could be.
And then the purple is kind of blending in with the green. It is kind of picking up a slight brownish tone, like a purple brown. But that's okay. Oh, that wasn't okay. Oh, that's not so bad. My hand got carried away there. I just like plopped the brush down instead of just the tip. But still, we got a fair amount done today, considering how many times I had to fuss with a couple of the flowers. The biggest time chunk was me trying to decide on those white flowers and then get them back to where I was happy with them. I kind of forgot I've got these couple of flowers down here. Don't really know what colors I'm gonna paint them yet. Maybe I'll do these two like our saffron with maybe some pink striping in it. Probably what I'll do, and then for these two, I could do the same white flower from up there down here. So that way we kind of have like a diamond of purple and then like a like, what is it? I don't know, trapezoid or something. Like a weird rectangle of the other color coming back around. But yeah. Oh, that's what I needed to do still. Alright, hold on 1 second. Before we call it a day here. This is our dark green. This is our background green that I am currently fussing with. Just wanted to add a little something to these guys. They just seem so pale. And a little bit bland compared to everybody else. So yeah, because then, you know, we'll do white, and then we'll have these two white, and then we'll do these two, this orange color with the pink, with like that opposite pink vein. I think that might be the way to go with them. Add a little bit of darkness to these guys because they were so light. Like they were hardly there. Yeah, I think I like that a little bit better. They just looked like they were missing something. They kind of disappeared into the light blue background. It seemed like everybody else was a little bit bolder. And then you just had these soft guys just sitting there. Alright, yeah, that looks a little bit better. At least you can kind of see where they are now. And they got the pearly color underneath of them. Alright. so that's going to be it for now. I will finish this project off stream either later tonight or tomorrow. And so just keep an eye on the Instagram, the Kofi, or the Twitter, whatever. We'll post the pictures there when we're done, and I'll record me finishing it so that way I can put everything together into one speed paint so you guys can all see it in one go. That's probably not going to be for a couple of weeks though, because I've got some other editing stuff I need to take care of. But yeah, thanks, boss. But I'm pretty happy with how we're turning out so far. So the only things I have left to do are these couple of flowers down here, and these guys need a pass on the white, and then we have to do our background thing. So it doesn't sound like a lot, but it'll probably take me another couple of hours to fully finish them. But we'll see how it goes, and I'll make sure I'll send you a picture. Thanks you guys for hanging out with me this afternoon. I do appreciate it. I will be back on Thursday with Coral Island. You guys take care, and I will see you then.